Racing fans, welcome to racing action from Flamboro Downs for this Thursday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note in race number 1, we have an equipment change on one Dally Delight changing aluminum to steel shoes, but just on the back. And we have a claim entered on number 3, Wednesday's Child, race 1, claim entered 3. Race number 2, no changes in the second. Race number 3 scratched is number 8, Perfectly Blue. Race 3 scratch, number 8, Perfectly Blue. Race 4 will go as programmed, no changes, race 4. In race number 5, scratched is number 9, Maximus BG. Race 5 scratch number 9, Maximus BG. Race 6, no changes, race 6. Race number 7, we have an equipment change, a 9 fast snap, changing steel to aluminum shoes up front. In race number 8, 1 Captain Butler, blinkers to blind bridle. And at number 6, Arthur Idlam changing shoes steel to flip-flops up front. That's steel to flip-flops on the front. And races 9 and 10 have no changes, races 9 and 10. Those are all the changes we have at this moment. 14 minutes to our first dash. Field on parade one is Dally Delight, Brett McDonough for J.C. Woodward and Arlene McIntyre. Number two is Catch Me Gracefully, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Glenn White. Number three, Wednesday's Child, Paul Davies for Jennifer Dodsworth. Number five, All Star Willow, Brady Collier for Jacob Roberts and Triple S Equine. Number four, Shemar's Lady Havoc, Dale Spence for Sheila Lewis. Number six, Bargain Bid, Garrett Rooney for Francis Guillemette and Sonia Jolly. And number seven, Captain Chloe, Andre Goy for Caitlin Graham. Eight is Best Girl in Town, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers and J.R. Merwa. And number nine, Ireland Sealster, Mark McDonnell for Gord McDonald. It's a field of nine. It's race one. Note the clam at number three, Wednesday's Child, and one Dally Delight, Changing Shoes, aluminum to steel shoes, but just on the back. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, I'm going to start first with number two, Catch Me Gracefully. Post position 8 at Mohawk last race. Second beaten just a length, and good back half, 56 and 3. 7 out of 15 in the top two on the year. This is one that races out of the strong barn of Jody Cullen. And also, we saw this one here for 3 starts, March into April, and all 3 of them were top 3 finishes. Catch Me Gracefully is one that, well, the tote board thinks is going to be tough to catch, 1-2. Number 3, Wednesday's Child, Claim is in. Now, did not race well in the non-winners of 3 at Mohawk last race, but is one that was second in a non-winners of 2 just 2 starts ago. Now drops into 8,000, Claiming. This is one that was good last year, had 6 wins in 19 starts. Wednesday's Child and Paul Davies Claim in, should be very competitive, 5-2. Number 8, Best Girl in Town. Well, this is one that probably has the best form of any in this field. Problem is, does not have the best post. Its post position 8 is 8 out of 11 in the top 2 this year and had 16 top 2 finishes last year, and did leave out a post 6 last race in this class, second beaten and neck. And Best Girl in Town, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers. Despite the post, I think you've got to use this one somewhere on the top 3, maybe even on top. And 9, Ireland Sealster, well, trailer post, but look, is one that was competitive in this class last race. Third beaten 2 lengths, racing out of the strong barn of Gord McDonald and Mark McDonnell driving. And Ireland Sealster was a 7-time winner last year. Has just 1 win this year, but I think can be competitive in here and offer a price as well, 20-1 on the board. But my top one, number 2, Catch Me Gracefully. Gate is rolling for race 1. Dally Delight, Catch Me Gracefully, Wednesday's Child in the center. Shemar's Lady Havoc and All-Star Willow to the outside. Bargain Bid, Captain Chloe and Best Girl in Town. In the second tier, Ireland Sealster. It's a field of 9. It's Race number 1. Field is at the start of the rough, and Dally Delight from the inside. Captain Chloe and Bass Girl in town, and All Star Willow. Then it is Catch Me Gracefully as the field sprints on around the turn. But right now, the early lead goes to Captain Chloe over Dally Delight. Catch Me Gracefully is third. Then it is All Star Willow. Best Girl in Town. Ireland Sealster. Wednesday's Child is racing seventh, and Shimar's Lady Havoc and Bargain Bid. Now Catch Me Gracefully, the 1-5 favorite, is going to drive on and grab the lead from Captain Chloe, who is 16-1, 28-second opening quarter, and Dally Delight is racing position to third as the field races on around the turn. Then it is All Star Willow popping to the outside in front of Best Girl in Town. Back further, Ireland Sealster sixth, Wednesday's Child is seventh, trailing pair Shimar's Lady Havoc and Bargain Bid. But it is Catch Me Gracefully leading up towards the half, lead of a couple of lengths over Captain Chloe. All Star Willow on the outside third, Dally Delight is fourth, and Best Girl in Town spotted second over fifth. Then Ireland Sealster, Shimar's Lady Havoc, and Wednesday's Child is eighth, and Bargain Bid is trailing. 58-second halftime. Catch Me Gracefully, 1-5 with a lead. In front right now by 2 lengths over Captain Chloe. All-Star Willow third. Dally Delight is racing position to fourth as they race on to three quarters. Best Girl in Town appears to have flattened out. Wednesday's Child from the backfield is making up a ton of ground. Three quarters, 1:26-2, and Wednesday's Child went off stride, and they raced their way to the top of the stretch. Catch Me Gracefully leads it. Captain Chloe on the inside trying to hold on to second against All-Star Willow. Then Dally Delight, Best Girl in Town on the inside. Shimar's Lady Havoc, and then Ireland Sealster, but it's still Catch Me Gracefully off that three quarters, 1:26-2. Cruising still at the finish. Catch Me Gracefully is going to win. Then Captain Chloe and All-Star Willow and Dally Delight. 1:55-3. Catch Me Gracefully. Back in front of us, number 2, Catch Me Gracefully. Travis Cullen, the winning drive. Catch Me Gracefully is a 5-year-old Chicaro Acero Bay mare. Glenn White and Jody Cullen is the trainer. 4th win this year, 13th lifetime. The first race payouts. Number 2, Catch Me Gracefully returns $2.50 in 210 and 210. 7, Captain Chloe, pays $5.40 and $5.60. And number 5, All-Star Willow, $4.60, $2 actor, $26.20. Dollar Try, $45.45. Dollar Super, $586.45. 20-cent Super, $117.29. Fans note driver change race 6-4 Delcrest Brent. The driver Austin Sorey. Austin Sorey will drive number 4 Delcrest Brent in the 6th. Fans noted in race 3 we have a pair of claims. Number 4 Asher's Basher. Race 3, a pair of claims. And number 4 Asher's Basher. Fans note the first race claimed. Number 3 Wednesday's Child. The new trainer Gary Murner. Race 1, 3 Wednesday's Child claimed. Gary Murner. And the first race over a finish from the top, 419 538 267. That's 419 538 267 on the bottom. For race number 2 on parade 1, Amigo Mio. It is Austin Soy for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 2 is Mercutio. Travis Henry drives for Shane Arsenault. Number 3 is Houston Sealster. Travis Cullen driving for Jody Cullen and John Collings and Blair Kidd. Travis shares in ownership. 4 is Bandura. Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and Paul Levine. And 5 third times the Dream. Brady Golliers for Jim Ellis. 7 Nothing But a Dreamer. Semi-Philly for Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton. And number 6 Muscle Fashion. Brett McDonough for Caitlin Graham and Steve Mihalich. Field of 7. Race number 2. Well, fans, let's get a look at this field. And, well, Muscle Fashion is a veteran with a lot of class, more than $500,000 earned lifetime, and one that's coming in after racing against some tough company at Mohawk. In fact, 2 races ago at Mohawk, a condition class purse of $20,000 was able to win by 3 3/4 in 155 and 3. Was the betting favorite each of the last couple starts at Mohawk. Muscle Fashion, I think, is really, really on his game right now. Last time we saw this one here was in a class down from here, but was able to wire the field. But this is a tougher spot, but it's certainly right in the wheelhouse of Muscle Fashion. And I love that 5-1. Brent McDonough for Caitlin Graham. Strong connections. Muscle Fashion has 4 wins in 12 starts on the year. And even last year, as a 10-year-old, took a season's mark of 52-4. Has a career mark of 51-1. That's some trotting speed. Muscle Fashion, nice price right now. On the board at 9-2. Number 3, Houston Sealster, 3-1 on the board. Winner last time out in this class and dominated. So you got to think about Houston Sealster. And also was good here in the class below this one. Second beaten in act 2 starts ago. Houston Sealster. Sent out by Jody Cullen, Travis Cullen driving. Certainly a main player in here, 4-1. Number 7, Nothing But a Dreamer, also was a winner last time out. Now moves up a level, but also parked early and was able to stay up in the hunt and then get by and win. Look, this is one that was consistently good last year. And Nothing But a Dreamer, semi-affiliate for Jamie Copley. I think this one's going to be a big player, 2-1. And then one more is number 2, Mercutio. And Mercutio is the even money favorite. And look, this is one that's been really good for Shane Arsenault. Mercutio is just a few dollars away from making it up to the $250,000 mark. Just a 7-year-old. The thing with Mercutio and why I didn't go to this one, this is the first start back since December the 22nd. But look at the qualifier, 27-4 final quarter in the qualifier. Maybe this veteran's ready to rock and roll. Mercutio and Travis Henry, 3-1. My top one, though, is number 6, Muscle Fashion, 4-1 on the board. The money is kind of bouncing around, but I love Muscle Fashion in here. Gate is rolling for race number 2. Amigo Mio, Mercutio on the inside. In the center, Houston Sealster Bandura, 3rd time's the dream. To the outside, Muscle Fashion, Nothing But a Dreamer. Field for the second race. is at the start of the rough. Bandura, Muscle Fashion, and Houston Sealster. Mercutio along to the inside, but it's Houston Sealster right now who's come on, and no problem. Houston Sealster is able to grab the early lead. Then Mercutio is second. Muscle Fashion still muscling on the outside, and Bandura is racing third. Muscle Fashion now is going to inherit third because going off stride, Bandura, Amigo Mio is positioned to fourth. Then it is back to third times the dream. Nothing but a dreamer. And Bandura is going to be trailing the field. 29-second opening quarter. Houston Sealster 5-2 on the boards, got the lead over Mercutio at a length and a half. Muscle Fashion is 3 off the pace, racing third, and is angling to the outside right now. Then it is Amigo Mio and Nothing But a Dreamer as they race off the turn. Back further on the inside, third time's the dream, trailing the field. Bandura after that early break, and they head up to the half of a 29 quarter. Houston Sealster on past the half, 59-3. Muscle Fashion grinding first over. Mercutio is on the inside, racing position third. Then Amigo Mio goes off stride. Third time's the dream is racing fourth, and Nothing But a Dreamer is fifth, and then sixth is Bandura. Houston Sealster, Muscle Fashion trying to take second from Mercutio, but might have flattened out. Houston Sealster, they race on by 3/4. Houston Sealster by the 3/4 mile marker in 1:28. Mercutio was second. Muscle Fashion dropping back out wide is Nothing But a Dreamer 3 deep, trying to take over third. And on the inside, third time's the dream right now is holding on to third. Muscle Fashion fourth. 3/4 1:28. And it is Houston Sealster on down the stretch route they come. Houston Sealster, Mercutio chasing. Houston Sealster, Mercutio getting closer. Houston Sealster is going to hold on. Then Mercutio was second. Third between third time's the dream and Nothing But a Dreamer. 158 flat. Houston Sealster. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 2, number 3, Houston Sealster. Driving double for Travis Cullen. Houston Sealster, 4-year-old, looks like a Chippendale bay gelding. And Travis Cullen shares an ownership with Blair Kidd and John Collings. Jody Cullen, the trainer, third win this year. 9th lifetime, Houston Sealster in 158. The second race, payouts 3 Houston Sealster, 720, 340, 340. To Mercutio, $333, 5 third times the dream, 460. $2 exactor, $26.70. Dollar try, $100.40. Dollar super, $528.45. 20-cent super, $105.69. $2 double, $15.80. Second race over a finish from the top. 7216354 on the bottom. That's 7216354 on the bottom. For the third on parade, one Dance on the Moon, Sammy Fillion for Dean Nixon. Number 2, Better Be Home Soon, Brett McDonough for Jamie Copley and David Brown. 3 is Redland Wrangler, Dale Spence for Stephen Charlton and Kathleen Charlton. And for Asher's Basher, Boston Sorry for Gerard Demers and Charles Goodrow. Number 5, Go 9-0, Travis Henry for Tess Waxman and Noah Addy and Jacob Waxman. Number 6, Better's Rush, Travis Cullen for Jason Woodward and Mike Verderamo. Number 7, Too Much Duncan, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice. And 9, Fiscal Policy, Brian Guy for Kevin Enman and Margaret Enman. It's a field of 8. Note that for Asher's Basher, 2 claims entered, a pair of claims to get a look at this field. And, well, we're going to start with Asher's Basher, and one that last race at London was able to bash right out to the front from post 7. Now did slip back to third eventually, but Asher's Basher, I think that was a strong performance. Nice turnaround, had fallen off in a couple of starts, and Asher's Basher now drops from that condition class into this claiming level, the bottom claiming level, and Asher's Basher is one that beat a class above this one March the 8th and should have a pretty decent shot. Asher's Basher and Austin Sorry for the top barn of Gerard Demers. 6-5. Number 3, Redland Wrangler, very wind-shy horse, 0 for 43 over the last 2 seasons. Has a couple of wins, but not in the last 2 seasons. But has been racing well and gets a better post, and is one I think you've got to use on the ticket because each of the last 3 starts made the top 3. And Redland Wrangler and Dale Spence for Stephen Charlton. This is one that gets off the gate very well. Redland Wrangler 6-1. 1 Dance on the Moon, the inside post, and has enough form to be a contender. 5 out of 10 in the top 3 on the year. Dance on the Moon, that inside post should be beneficial. Sammy Fillion, certainly a very capable driver. Dance on the Moon is one that, with the right trip, could win in here 5-2. And number 9, Fiscal Policy. Well, my policy usually is not to take the trailer post on top, but Fiscal Policy certainly got to be used somewhere on the ticket because look at last race at Mohawk way back early and came on to finish 4th beaten a length. And that was April the 5th, though. But Fiscal Policy, one that has only 2 wins in 42 starts, covering the last 2 seasons. But I think overall one that can land a spot on the ticket at a price 10-1. My top one, and a lot of people's top one, Asher's Basher, with 2 claims entered, even money. Gate is rolling for race number 3. It's Dance on the Moon, Better Be Home, and Redland Wrangler on the inside. In the center, Asher's Basher going 9-0 to the outside. Betters Rush Too Much Duncan. Second here, Fiscal Policy. Field of 8, third dash. Here they come. Field for the third. At the start of the rough, and Too Much Duncan from the outside of a blast with Asher's Basher and Redland Wrangler. Then Dance in the Moon and Go 9-0. But now as they sprint around the turn, Redland Wrangler, Asher's Basher. Asher's Basher has got the lead. Dance in the Moon broke stride. Asher's Basher's got the front. Redland Wrangler is second. Then third is Go 9-0. And Too Much Duncan is going to get over the pylons, racing fourth in front of Better's Rush. Then back for the Fiscal Policy. Better Be Home Soon also made a break, and Dance in the Moon is trailing the field. They race on past that opening quarter in 27-3. Asher's Basher dropped all the way down to 1-5 and leads as they race around the turn. Redland Wrangler is 5-1. Is racing second with the Go 9-0 third. Too Much Duncan fourth. And then it is Better's Rush and Fiscal Policy as they race off the turn. Asher's Basher and Austin Sorry bashing on the lead, racing on past the half, and half time recorded in 58-1, a 30-3 second panel breather. Better Be Home Soon went off stride. And they worked their way up to the 5/8. Asher's Basher and Redland Wrangler. Go 9-0 is third. And then to the outside, Better's Rush, trying to take fourth from Too Much Duncan. Then Fiscal Policy and Dance on the Moon. Now Go 9-0 has moved up and taken over second. Asher's Basher and Go 9-0. Redland Wrangler still in the hunt on the inside third. Better's Rush now rushing up is grabbed fourth and getting closer. 3/4, 128-4. Asher's Basher on the outside, Go 9-0, and then Redland Wrangler, and here comes Better's Rush and Travis Cullen, forging into the top grouping. Now is out 3 wide, and also coming from off the pace at Fiscal Policy, and then Too Much Duncan and Dance on the Moon on down the stretch route they come. Asher's Basher flying late, Better's Rush up the inside, Redland Wrangler. Redland Wrangler rolls up the inside to win. Then second is between Asher's Basher and Better's Rush. 158-2. Redland Wrangler. There's a look at the winner, Redland Wrangler. Dale Spence, the winning driver. Redland Wrangler's first win in 2 seasons. 6-year-old Art Speak Bay Gelding. It is the third win lifetime. Stephen Charlton, the trainer, and shares in ownership with Kathleen Charlton. Redland Wrangler. 158-2. Third race payouts 3. Redland Wrangler 1383 2260. 4 Asher's Basher 210 210. 6 Better's Rush 420. $2 exactor $18.90. Try 66.55. Dollar Super 351.55. 20-cent Super 70.31. Third race, order of finish from the top. Sixth place, 8 for interference well off stride. 8 place, 7, 1, 2, 4, 3. 7 place, 6, scratch, and then 5 on the bottom. Once again from the top down, with the placing 8, 7, 1, 2, 4, 3, 6, scratch, 5 on the bottom. On post parade for the fourth, one through Fire and Flames. Eddie Green for Keelan Green and Celeste Hill. Number 2 is Black Mass, Justin Turcotte for Gaston Blay. 3 is D.A. Merlot, Dag Hendrickson for Mike Rivan, Gary Sullivan. Number 4, Bucky's Fireball, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice. Number 5 is Delta Rose, George Ketros for Peter Albrecht. And number 6, Sweet Mama T, Brady Colliers for Sean Stacy and Landmark 18 Racing. And number 7, Simply Chaotic, Brent McDonough for Dominic Ladew and The Stable. Number 8 is One Final Wish, Todd Ratchford for Keelan Green and Celeste Hill. 9 is South River Dahlia, Austin Sorry for Francis Gamet and James McCaig and Jean Allaire. Field of 9, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field for the 4th dash. We get maiden trotters, and well, there was a look at the 3 to 5 favorite, number 1 through Fire and Flames, and one that's had 8 career starts, doesn't have a top 3 yet, but look, last race 57 and 4 mile at Mohawk, very strong back half of 57 and 1 through Fire and Flames. I think is one that's going to come in here and really be strong from the inside 4 to 5 of the board. Eddie Green for Keelan Green, the 4 to 5 favorite. Number 4, Bucky's Fireball, is one that made a break 2 starts ago, but then last race was eased off the gate carefully and made a nice move throughout the mile to finish second. Bucky's Fireball with that flat line under her belt, and this is just the 3rd start off of a winter layoff, and a nice long winter layoff, and so Bucky's Fireball and Wayne McLean could be fired up in here. 6 to 1 on the board. Number 6, Sweet Mama T. First start of the season. Had 8 tries last year as a 2-year-old. Hasn't raced since September. But you do see some speed further down the page last year. Sweet Mama T, 2 qualifiers to get ready. And most recently, April 11th qualifier, racing out of the barn of Sean Stacy. A strong barn. Brady Golyer's driving. Certainly Brady's proven to be a very capable driver. Sweet Mama T is 3 to 1. And number 5, Delta Rose. Well, it's had some problems early in the miles of late. A break last time out, and also going back 5 races ago. But if she can stay flat, George Ketros has a shot with Delta Rose here to get onto the ticket. Was 3rd at London in a maiden class just 2 races ago. Delta Rose and George Ketros eat 11 to 1. But the top one, number 1 through Fire and Flames, and Eddie Green is the 4 to 5 betting favorite. Gate is rolling for race number 4. Through Fire and Flames and Black Mass and D'Amerlo on the inside. On the center, Bucky's Fireball, Delta Rose to the outside, Sweet Mama T, Simply Chaotic, and One Final Wish. And the second here, South River Dahlia. It's a field of 9. It's race number 4 on a Thursday night at Flamboro Downs. Here they come. And the field for the fourth race at the start. D'Amerlo went off stride. And One Final Wish leaving out with Delta Rose. And on the inside is Black Mass. And then Bucky's Fireball. But as they fire on around that first turn, right now it is George Ketros and Delta Rose in full bloom with the early lead. And Simply Chaotic. And now on the outside, One Final Wish is racing third. Black Mass fourth. Fifth is Bucky's Fireball. Through Fire and Flames is sixth away. Then South River Dahlia and Sweet Mama T, but it is Delta Rose at 21-1, who right now leads by about 2, and Simply Chaotic is racing second. One Final Wish has a seat on the inside third. Then it is Black Mass. Bucky's Fireball through Fire and Flames is racing sixth. And then as the field works on around the turn, now popping out comes Bucky's Fireball to take over fourth, dropping back on the inside Black Mass and moving through Fire and Flames. Now it's coming on and is taken over fifth. 29-3 opening quarter. And Delta Rose leads on past the half. Delta Rose 1 minute and 3/5. On the outside, Simply Chaotic. And then One Final Wish is racing third. And on the inside, Bucky's Fireball to the outside through Fire and Flames. And then racing on the outside position to sixth is South River Dahlia. Seventh is Black Mass. And eighth is Sweet Mama T. But Delta Rose at 21-1 is a rather prickly sort here in the fourth race and leads it by about 6 or 7 lengths. And Simply Chaotic is racing second through Fire and Flames on the outside, 3 wide third, trying to close some ground on Delta Rose. And on the inside, still second right now is One Final Wish. Then through Fire and Flames is racing third. Then it is Simply Chaotic and Sweet Mama T and Bucky's Fireball, 3/4, 131-1. And they turn for home. Delta Rose continues. Delta Rose shows no signs of wilting. Delta Rose is rolling on down the stretch drive and is going to win it. And then Sweet Mama T will pick up second. Through Fire and Flames is third. And then it was One Final Wish. 202-1. Delta Rose. Back in front of us, the winner, number 5, Delta Rose. George Ketros, the driver and trainer. George, victorious with Delta Rose. 7-year-old age-proof black mare, owned by Peter Albrecht. It's the second win this year. Second lifetime for Delta Rose. Fourth race, number 5, Delta Rose, 45.40, 15.50, and $3. 6 Sweet Mama T, $4, 210. 1 through Fire and Flames, 210. $2 Exactor, 190, 210. Dollar Try, 188.25, 20-cent Super, 1,264.93. And we had a 20-cent pick 3 of 271.35. Fans note there was a claim from race number 3, number 4, Asher's Basher. The new trainer will be Gord McDonald. Fourth race, order finished from the top, 359, 61, 2847 on the bottom. That's from the top down, 359, 612, 847. on post parade for the fifth one. No plan intended. Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Calvin Kepfer. Number 2 is Party in the Shadows. Sammy Fillion for Jared Mann and Francois Morin. Number 3 is You're the One. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and A1 Stable. Number 5, Keystone Dakota. Scotty Quilter for Marissa Miller and Martin Kepfer. For Jingle in My Pocket, Mark McDonnell for Gord McDonald. And number 6, Always Our Way, Daryl Thiessen for Clark Stacy and Jamie and Sonia Johnston. Number 8 is Kiss My Bet, Austin Surrey for Jacob Roberts and Triple S Equine. And number 7 is Odds On Kickoff, Freddie Colliers for Melissa Loyer. Field of 8, race 5, the 9 is out. Let's get a look at this field. The first one we'll look at is number 3, You're the One. And I think You're the One has an excellent chance to be the one, is even money on the board. Dominated here last time out, back in the same class. And, well, this is one that won 8 times last year. This is one also that had been with Jody Cullen for quite a while and then wound up with Francis Gamet. Had a start for Cameron McQueen. Now back in the Cullen barn and certainly raced a large mile. This is the second start off the claim. Large effort last time out for Jody Cullen. I don't see any reason to think that he won't come right back in here and be super strong and take a shot at win number 45 in his fine career, 6-5. Number 2, Party in the Shadows, is one that was a winner at Mohawk March the 15th and followed it up with a second. Last couple at Mohawk not good, so now venue changing, and Party in the Shadows makes a first start for Jared Mann, changing from Gerard Demers. So Party in the Shadows maybe shaking it up in with Jared Mann, who's certainly got some big numbers, especially in the win column, winning at 25%. Party in the Shadows and Sammy Fillion, a main threat, 7-2. Number 1, No Plan Intended, well, has post 1. I think maybe the plan might be to blast out, or could be at least to try to get a pocket trip behind You're the One, who's likely going to be gunning out quickly as well. No Plan Intended has 13 wins in the past 28 starts and 40 wins lifetime, so No Plan Intended is one that you should plan on being a contender in here, 8-5. At number 4, Jingle in My Pocket, is one that was a winner at London in the class below this one 2 races ago, and then tried Mohawk last race. It didn't work, and also got claimed. So now, first start, Gord McDonald, Mark McDonnell driving, and Jingle in My Pocket is one that could make a little bit of noise in here and be a factor for a share, 7-1. Field of 8 for race number 5. Taking up their positions, No Plan Intended, Party in the Shadows, and You're the One on the inside In the center, Jingle in My Pocket, Keystone Dakota. On the outside, Always Your Way, Odds on Kickoff, and Kiss My Bet. Field of 8, race 5 on a Thursday night at Flamboro Downs. Here they come. And the field for the fifth race. At the start of the rough, and Kiss My Bet's going to blast out with You're the One. No plan intended on the inside. You're the One is trying to sprint out and get the lead. And then, no plan intended, well, is filling the pocket. Kiss My Bet is over the pylons racing third. In front of Party in the Shadows and Jingle in My Pocket. And then it is Keystone Dakota and Always Your Way, and Odds on Kickoff is trailing the field. You're the One. 1 to 5 on the boards, got the lead. A couple of lengths over, no plan intended. Racing third is Kiss My Bet. Party in the Shadows fourth, then Jingle in My Pocket and Keystone Dakota and Always Your Way. And Odds on Kickoff is trailing. 28-1 opening quarter. Heavily favored You're the One's got the lead for Travis Cullen. No plan intended is getting a nice ride in the pocket. And Kiss My Bet is already out and driving right now. Party in the Shadows is racing second over fourth. Then Jingle in My Pocket and Keystone Dakota. Then to the outside, second last is Odds on Kickoff. Trailing is Always Your Way. They race up to the half. You're the One is still the one. 28-1 opening quarter, halftime 58-3. A 30-2 second pedal breather. Kiss My Bet is moving up a little bit closer. Racing on the inside third is No Plan Intended, tight in the pocket. Then a gap of about a length or so. And racing on the outside, sharing fourth, Party in the Shadows with Jingle in My Pocket. Sixth is Keystone Dakota. Then Always Your Way, Odds on Kickoff. And they race on to three quarters. You're the One is still the one with a lead of about three quarters. Now a length and now a length and a quarter. Three quarters, 126 and 4. And You're the One is driving on. Leads by 2. No Plan Intended is reclaimed second. Kiss My Bet third. Then Jingle in My Pocket and Party in the Shadows in Keystone Dakota. And Odds on Kickoff and Always Your Way on down the stretch where they come. You're the One chasing is No Plan Intended. You're the One on the inside, No Plan Intended. You're the One is the one that held off, No Plan Intended. And then Jingle in My Pocket, Kiss My Bet, and Party in the Shadows. 155 and 4. You're the One. Coming back in front of us, You're the One. Victorious in the fifth race. Travis Cullen with the driving hat trick. You're the One. 8-year-old Shanghai Phil Brown gelding, owned by A1 Stable. Jody Cullen, the trainer. Third win this year. 45th lifetime for You're the One. And the hat trick for Travis Cullen. The fifth race, payout 3. You're the one. 250, 210, 210. 1. No plan intended. $3, 244. Jingle in my pocket, 530. $2 exactor is 650. Dollar try, 23.20. 20-cent high 5 is 59.88. And a 20-cent pick 5, 835.71. Ka-ching. Fifth race, sort of a finish from the top, is a 251 368 74 scratch. That's 251 368 74 scratch on the bottom. Field on post parade for the sixth one. Pajamas optional. Daryl Thiessen for Jeffrey O'Brien. And number 2, Bonito Boy, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. 3 is Off-Road Hanover, Dale Spence for Jim Whalen and Dr. Angela Whalen and Robert Eaton. Number 4, Delcrest Brand, Austin Sorry for Laura Toscani and Steve Houdon. And number 5, all summer long, Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance. Number 6, Legacies Jailbreak, Justin Turcott, drives and trains for Michelle Leitart and Verinder Gill. And number 7 is Arrakis, Travis Henry for Francis Gambett. Field of 7, race 6. Well, fans, number 2, Bonito Boy, my top 1 pick of the night, and, well, even money in the board. But look, gets away from Mohawk. Bonito Boy is one I've seen when this one drops down, can really spark up in a hurry. I think Bonito Boy really fits well here. In fact, you do see this one winning back-to-back races in non-winners at 3 at Mohawk back in February. Recent form not as good, so now drops in. And Bonito Boy, I think, will be storming late for Hurricane Hensley. Bonito Boy, even money on the board. Number 5, all summer long. Is one that's making just a second start of the year. Did not fare well here last time out, but all summer long I expect better out of this one. And look, this is also a horse that was a mare that was really good last year, racing south of the border a lot. Ron McDonald certainly put up some strong numbers. Brett McDonald, this is one that made 63,000 in 36 starts last year. I expect a much better outing for all summer long AS, and is 6 to 5 on the board. Number 1, Pajamas Optional, is one that was very good last race. Now moves up a level off of a 2-length victory. Pajamas Optional got out well, sat the pocket, and then was able to streak by the leader and win. Pajamas Optional, Daryl Thiessen for Jeffrey O'Brien, 10 to 1. And number 7, Arrakis, classy veteran, 66 lifetime wins and 811,000 earned. 14-year-old in his final season, still has been able to keep on trucking. He's made a couple $1,000s a start this year and made a little more than $2,000 a start last year. Arrakis, 10 to 1. Travis Henry for Francis Gimman. Number 2, Bonito Boy, the 6 to 5 favorite. There is Arrakis with Travis Henry just waiting back in the paddock, keeping this veteran cool. Rockies. Rolling for race number 6. Pajamas optional, Bonito Boy on the inside. In the center, off-road Hanover Delcrest Brent, and all summer long to the outside, Legacy's Jailbreak and Arrakis. It's a field of 7 for race number 6. Here they come. Field for the 6th race. He's at the start of the rough. Pajamas optional. Arrakis from the outside. And then all summer long and Bonito Boy. Those your first 4. Then it is back to Delcrest Brent and Off-Road Hanover and trailing Legacy's Jailbreak. Field races on into the backstretch. Arrakis has the lead. Arrakis and now all summer long popped out. And all summer long wants to drive on and try to clear to the front. All summer long, 4-1 the leads now. And Arrakis is racing second. Pajamas optional third. And Bonito Boy is in mid-pack racing fourth in front of Delcrest Brand. Then Off-Road Hanover and Legacy's Jailbreak 28-1 the opening quarter. All summer long leads at 4-1 over Arrakis at 6-1. Pajamas optional is racing on the inside third, and then positioned fourth is Bonito Boy, and still content to race on the inside. Now Delcrest Brent will pop out, and stepping out from third goes Pajamas optional, and Bonito Boy is going to follow that move to the outside. Off a 20-1 opening quarter, and we'll give you the halftime later. They race on down the backstretch. All summer long's got the lead. Pajamas optional started to streak up on the outside and then flattened out, so now Arrakis has reclaimed second. Pajamas optional is third. Fourth is Delcrest Brent, and Bonito Boy is fifth and has a lot of work to do in front of Off-Road Hanover and Legacy's Jailbreak. On by 3/4 they go all summer long, leading by about a length and 3/4. Pajamas optional second. Arrakis reclaims second. Pajamas optional third. From the backfield, Off-Road Hanover is kicking in hard. Delcrest Brent on the inside. On down the stretch drive they come, and it is still all summer long. All summer long being chased by Arrakis. All summer long Arrakis is getting closer, but all summer long holds off Arrakis. Then it was Delcrest Brent and Legacy's Jailbreak. There's the winner of race 6, number 5, all summer long. Brett McDonald's the winning driver. 6-year-old Triumphant Caviar Brown Bear, owned by Brett McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Shengo. Ron McDonald, the trainer. It's just the second start of the season, first win, and 27th lifetime for all summer long. The sixth race payout, 5 all summer long, 10, 30, 460, 370. 7 Iraq is $6 and 410, and 4 Delcrest Brent 530. $2 exactor 38.30. Dollar try 248.60. Dollar super 604.20. And the 20-cent super was 120.84. 20-cent pick for 386.52. 6th race, order of finish from the top, 6753142. That's 6753142 on the bottom. Field on post parade, 1 Ram, Damien McClellan for Corey Fuller and Jim Wilson. And number 2 is Mac the Knight, Dale Spence for Joe Pereira and Chris Menina. Number 3, Fire the Rocket, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Don McRae. And number 4, Charmbo Chip, Scotty Quilter for Marissa Miller and Martin Kepfer. Number 5 is Frankenspeed, Chris Johnston, drives and trains and owns. And number 6, Marcus Downridge, Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton. Number 7, My Time, Your Money, Rob Jenkins Jr., drives and trains and partners in ownership with Felix Marion. Number 8 is Belvedere, Jessica Dag Henriksen, drives and trains for Dr. Mike Veneri. And 9 is Fast Snap, Paul Davies for Nicole Davies. Field of 9, race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. Well, we'll start with number 1, Ram. And Ram has been tough this year. 6 wins in 12 starts as well. 3 runner-up finishes, so 9 out of 12 in the top 2. Last race here in this class had post 6 and was able to blast to the front. Got parked early, still clear to the front past the quarter, and still was strong enough to hold on at the finish over Charmbro Chip, who gave it a good try, and Belvedere Jessica. Ram now with inside post and gate speed. Things could work out a little bit better. I think Ram has to be the considered favorite to beat in here. Damien McClellan for Corey Fuller and even money. Number 4, Charmbro Chip, gave a strong showing, tried to get the better of Ram last time out and was only beaten half a length. And Charmbro Chip, Scotty Calder for Marissa Miller, comes right back and will take another shot at Ram here. You get a better price, 7-1. Number 3, Fire the Rocket. Well, it is Team Cullen tonight here at Flamboro, so maybe they'll score with this one. Now, did win in a non-winners of 2 races ago. Last race moved up to this class and was just not really a factor. We'll see if Fire the Rocket launches, because last race got away 6th from post position 2. Fire the Rocket and Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. And Team Cullen is hot, so we'll see Fire the Rocket, 9-2. And number 6, Marcus Downridge, has been mostly a fringe player of late, but look at 11 starts this year, 7 top 3, so is winless, but certainly is one you can use on the ticket somewhere. Marcus Downridge, Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton, and Stephen's already got a win this evening with Redland Wrangler. Like to make it 2. Marcus Downridge, 50-1. Giddy up. Starting gate is rolling for race number 7, Ram. Mac the Knight, Fire the Rocket on the inside of the center. Charbro Chip and Franken Speed to the outside. Marcus Downridge, My Time Your Money. Belvedere Jessica. And the second tier, Fast Snap. It's a field of 9. The 7th dash on a Thursday night at Flamboro Downs. Here they come. Giddy up. And the field for the 7th race is at the start of the route. Charmbo Chip's going to leave with Belvedere Jessica. Marcus Downridge and Ram in an early break from My Time Your Money. Ram is racing 4th on the inside right now as they work around the turn. Then Fire the Rocket is 5th, and 6th is Franken Speed. Then it is Fast Snap and Mac the Knight. Charmbo Chip and Scotty Coulter. Ram broke stride. Charmbo Chip's got a lead of about 2 1/4. Marcus Downridge is second. Belvedere Jessica third. And Fire the Rocket is about 7 lengths off the lead, is racing fourth. Then it is back to Fast Snap and Franken Speed. Charmbo Chip at 60 to 1's got the lead. Long shot Marcus Downridge at 50 to 1 is second. Belvedere Jessica is racing third. Then Fire the Rocket on the inside. Frankenspeed is 5th, and 6th is Fast Snap. And then racing 7th, Ram with a lot of work to do. It is Charbro Chip and Scotty Coulter with the front. Marcus Downridge is racing second. Then Belvedere Jessica launched to the outside. Fire the Rocket is racing fourth. Then Frankenspeed and Fast Snap and Ram. They work on past the half and 59 into and into the backstretch. Nice 30-4 second panel breather for Charbro Chip, who's 6 to 1 on the board. Frankenspeed from the backfield is outcoming. Marcus Downridge at 50 to 1 is still in the hunt and is racing second. Frankenspeed is up to third. Belvedere Jessica has dropped out of it. And now Fast Snap is snapping now, is moving up, and has taken over fourth and is out 3 wide and is closing. Ram is trying to make a huge recovery from a break in stride, and then Fire the Rocket 3/4, 129-1, and Charbro Chip and Frankenspeed and Marcus Downridge and Fast Snap, and a Ram is out wide with a ton of work to do, and then Fire the Rocket. On down the stretch route they come. Charmbo Chip continues on. Frankenspeed. Here it comes. Fast Snap, though. Fast Snap is flying on the outside and gets by Charmbo Chip. Then it was Frankenspeed and Marcus Downridge. Fast Snap. Very fast at the finish. 159-3. Coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 7. It's 9 Fast Snap, a 4-year-old Archangel Bay gelding. Paul Davies with the winning drive. Paul Davies victorious with the drive and also the trainer, and shares in ownership with Nicole Davies. First win this year, third lifetime for Fast Snap, 159 and 3. The seventh race payouts: 9 Fast Snap, $392.70, $230. 4 Charmbro Chip, $393, and 5 Frankenspeed, $10.80. $2 Exact, or $18.70. Dollar Try, $60.20. Dollar Super, $594.20. 20-cent Super, $118.84. Seventh race, order finished from the top. 685-234-971. That's 685-234-971 on the bottom. Field 4. Race 8 on parade 1. Captain Butler, Daryl Thiessen for Gerard Demers and Marie Soleil Fontana, Mark LeMay. Number 2 is Dansby, Dave Kelly for Francis Gumet and Eric Poisson. Number 3, Crime Junkie, Travis Colliver, Jacob Roberts, and Steve Adams. 5 is Kingston Pentecost and Surrey for Gerard Demers and Jean LaRoche. Number 4, Remember the Beach, Mark McDonnell for Mitchell Tierney and Dale Betts. And 6, Arthur Idlam, Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence to the Cardinal Stable and Jean-Francois LeBlanc. Field of 6, race number 8. Well, let's get a look at this field for race number 8. We'll start with number 4, Remember the Beach, who is 3-1 on the board. And this is one that, last race at Mohawk, boy, that didn't work out well, beaten 22 lengths. But you only have to go back 2 races ago to see this one racing in 53 and 3. You also see a couple of other 53 and change miles on the page. And I think Remember the Beach is one that, with the venue change away from Mohawk, should bounce back with authority here. Mark McDonnell for Mitchell Tierney. Remember the Beach. I like the chances in here with a class drop and is 3-1. Number 5, Kingston Panic was really good here. 2 races to go April the 5th, beaten just a neck. And then the last race tried things at Mohawk. Mile of 55 and 2 came home well, 27 and 4, but still finished 6th. So comes back to Flamboro. Kingston Panic, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers should be in the hunt and should fit well in this spot. Others, number 6, Arthur Idlam. This is one that blasted off the start from post 8 each of the last 2 races. And last time out, second beaten half a length. So Arthur Idlam, who's got back-to-back, 3 consecutive top 3 finishes, but the last 2 from post 8, is a serious threat. Arthur Idlam offers a nice price of 6-1 on the board. And one more is number 1, Captain Butler. Well, the Butler didn't do it last time out, so changed his equipment, blinkers to blind bridle. Just had 5 starts this year without a top 3. But I think Captain Butler is one that's at least capable in here from post position 1. Maybe getting off the gate just a little bit better and being able to be a factor for a share. You get double-barrel Daryl Thiessen for Gerard Demers, hoping to get back rolling. Captain Butler is attracting some attention, 4-1. My top one, though, is number 4, Remember the Beach, 5-2. Gate is Rolling for race number 8. Crime Junkie, Dan Speed on the inside. Correction, Captain Butler and Dan Speed on the inside. In the center, Crime Junkie and Remember the Beach. Into the outside, Kingston Panic and Arthur Idlam. It's a field of 6. Race number 8. And the field for the 8th race. At the start, Remember the Beach is going to blast with Kingston Panic, Dan Speed, Captain Butler, then Crime Junkie, and Arthur Idlam is trailing the field. They race their way on into the backstretch. Remember the Beach has a lead of 2 1/4. Captain Butler is second. Kingston Panic over the pylons, racing third in front of Dan Speed. Then Crime Junkie and Arthur Idlam is trailing the field. They race on to the opening quarter. Remember the Beach, the 3-2 favorite. 27-1 opening quarter. Captain Butler is second. Kingston Panic is third. Dan Speed is racing fourth, and then Crime Junkie and Arthur Idlam 6 in a line as they work on around the turn. And Remember the Beach is just cruising along on top. Leads at a length and 3/4 over Captain Butler, with Kingston Panic on the inside third. Then Dan Speed, Crime Junkie, and Arthur Idlam. And they race past the half, 56 seconds flat, and marching along, Remember the Beach has a lead right now of a length and a half over Captain Butler. And third is Kingston Panic. Dan Speed fourth. Trailing pair, Crime Junkie, Arthur Idlam. Remember the Beach continues on merrily on a lead of a couple of lengths right now over Captain Butler. Kingston Panic is going to pop to the outside. Then Dan Speed. Remember the Beach on up to 3/4 in 1:24 at 28-second third panel. Remember the Beach. And now popping out Captain Butler. Captain Butler is chasing Remember the Beach, and Remember the Beach on the inside is driving on. Captain Butler out wide, Kingston Panic, and then on the inside Dan Speed, and then it's Arthur Idlam on down this stretch where they come. Remember the Beach and up the inside. Dan Speed's getting closer. Remember the Beach and Dan Speed. Remember the Beach, though, is sharp to the finish and will win it. Dan Speed second. Arthur Idlam third. Captain Butler fourth. 154-1. Coming back in front of us, the 8th race winner, number 4, Remember the Beach. The winning drive to Mark McDonnell. Remember the Beach is a 9-year-old, some beach somewhere, Bay Gelding, about Dale Betts, and Mitchell Tierney is the trainer. Second win this year, 17th lifetime, Remember the Beach. Eighth race payout for Remember the Beach, $5, $3.20, $3 2. Dan Speed, $6.83.10. 6 Arthur Idlam, $5.20. $2 exactor, $37.30. Dollar try, $105.70. Dollar super, $182.65. 20-cent super, $36.53. And to note in race 10, we have a single claim at number 5, Silver Beast. Race 10, claim entered 5, Silver Beast. Eighth race. Order of finish from the top 426153. That's 426153 on the bottom. Field on post parade for the ninth. One is Final Dream, Daryl Thiessen for Daryl Laver, and Leanne Davidson and James Crandon, Adrian Sharma. Four is Jules Cup, Brady Golliers for Robert Jarvis and Jim Wilson. Five is Eye of an Eagle, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number six, the Barracuda, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers and Antonio Tangretta. Number two is Taxical Man, Garrett Rooney for Francis Gimet. Number seven, He's So Hot Head of a Ryan Guy for Doug Brown and Todd Coleman and Jackson Whittam and James Gillum. Number eight is LMC Little Chipsdale Spence for Mackenzie Spence in the Cardinal Stable. And there is number three, Stomper Tom, Sammy Fillier for Mike Armstrong and Wade and Philip Toussignon. Let's get a look at this field for the ninth race. And first up, we'll take a look at number six, the Barracuda. And the Barracuda is one that, well, four starts this year, doesn't have a top three, but now changes venues away from Mohawk. This is one that was a very good earner last year that should like the venue change. Sent up by Gerard Demers and Austin Sorey driving. The Barracuda does show racing in 55 and change at Mohawk. Should fit well here, 9 to 5. Number 5, Eye of an Eagle, is one that's got 3 wins in 12 starts this year, but recently has fallen off of form. But the last time we saw Eye of an Eagle here, back at the end of February, winner Gagnon, and that was above this class. So Eye of an Eagle, I think, is one that's going to come in here and be very sharp. 7 to 5, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Number 3, Stomper Tom. Well, second start off of a long layoff and was third here last time out, so certainly a race to build on. Back in the same class, Stomper Tom, win shy type though, just one win in the past 32, but Stomper Tom, Sammy Fillier for Mike Armstrong. Stomper Tom, 7 to 2. And number 8, LMC Little Chips, is one that raced reasonably well from the trailer post last race, and is one that it drops a level for this start. So if LMC Little Chips can get some kind of trip from post 8, might be able to chip away and get on to the top 4. Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence. LMC Little Chips, a longer play that I think can find a way to get onto the ticket, help it pay a little bit, 35 to 1. But my top one is number 6, the Barracuda. is rolling for race number 9. Final Dream, Texaco Man on the inside. In the center, Stomper Tom, Jules Cup, Ivan Eagle to the outside, the Barracuda. He's Suhat Hanover and LMC Little Ships. It's a field of 8 for race number 9. Field for the 9th race is at the start of the rough. And Stumper Tom, LMC Little Chips from the outside. Final Dream and Ivan Eagle as the field presses around that first turn. LMC Little Chips and Stomper Tom. Stomper Tom inside advantage, but LMC Little Chips is going to keep on marching. LMC Little Chips has got the front. Stomper Tom is second. Final Dream third away. Then it is Ivan Eagle and Jules Cup and back to the Barracuda. And then further back, we've got Texaco Man and Suhat Hanover is trailing the field. And Stomper Tom now comes on at 8-1 and takes the lead. LMC Little Chips at 70-1 is second. Final Dream Racing position third. Then the 4-5 Ivan Eagle is fourth and works in front of Jules Cup. And now the Barracuda is starting to move to the outside. Trailing pair Texaco Man and Suhat Hanover. Off at 29-3 opening quarter, the field heads up towards the half. Stomper Tom leads as they race their way on up past us and racing second. Long shot, LMC Little Chips. Ivan Eagle is getting a little bit closer. Final Dream is racing fourth, and the Barracuda is on the back of Ivan Eagle. And then it is back to Jules Cup. Halftime, 1 minute, 1/5. Racing second from last is Texaco Man and Suhat Hanover. It is Stomper Tom who continues to march, but Ivan Eagle is getting closer down. Ivan Eagle is storming on the outside. Ivan Eagle has moved up off stride Texaco Man. Ivan Eagle is trying to bear down on Stomper Tom. They race by 3/4, 1:28-3 at 28-2. Third panel as Stomper Tom tries to hold off Ivan Eagle. And racing third is LMC Little Chips. And then the Barracuda and Final Dream of the field turns for home. And Stomper Tom, as the field turns on down the stretch drive, Stomper Tom and Ivan Eagle is chasing again. Stomper Tom is game. Ivan Eagle, Stomper Tom victorious on a Flamboro Thursday night. Then Ivan Eagle, the Barracuda, and Final Dream. 158-1, Stomper Tom. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 9, number 3, Stomper Tom. Sammy Filia, the winning driver. Stomper Tom is a 5-year-old wheeling and dealing bay gelding about Wade and Philip Toussaint. Mike Armstrong, the trainer. First win this year. Just a second start of the season. 13th lifetime for Stomper Tom. Ninth race, pounds 3, Stomper Tom, 1950, 450, 230. 5, Ivan Eagle, 210, 210. And 6th, Barracuda, 210. $2 exactor, 45.70. Dollar try, 67.05. Dollar super, 183. 85, 20 cents. Super, 36.77. Ninth race, order of finish from the top, 481, 62, 375. That's 481, 62, 375 on the bottom. Field for the 10th on Parade 1. Tell it, Russ, tell it. Austin Sorry for Gerard Damaris and Francois Morin. And number 2, Flying Art. Damien McClellan for Corey Fuller and Trevor John Yonke. Number 3 is Midnight Mood. Brady Colliers for Clark Stacy and Crystal Johnston. Number 4, Smokestack. Andre Goy for Brett Lester and Miss Shelley Tart. 5, Silver Beast. Travis Henry for Tess Waxman and Levi Kepfer. Claim entered. Number 6, Ashley's Best. Jay Harris for Francis Gimet and Eric Poisson. Number 7, Vogue Blue Chip. Daryl Thiessen for Rod Boyd and Rick McNeil and John Osinga. Number 9, Full Credit. Travis Cullen for Jacob Roberts. And number 8, I'd imagine Sammy Filia for Jared Mann, Rob Gnomes, and Charles Gazzola. Claim entered. 5, Silver Beast. Full field of 9. 10th and final dash on this Thursday evening. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 1, Tell It, Russ, Tell It. 1 to 2 on the board and comes in with 3 consecutive wins. 6 wins in 14 starts on the year. In fact, 12 out of 14 on the tractor. On the top 3, Tell It, Russ, Tell It, gate speed, inside post, a lot of positives. Austin Sorry, Gerard Damaris. Gerard's got a 381 training average. Austin Sorry having another big season. And Tell It, Russ, Tell It. This is one that is going to likely stay as the favorite 3 to 5. There are some in here, though, that can give Tell It, Russ, Tell It a battle, I believe. And Ashley's Best is one that last time out was dominant in this class, won by 3.5 lengths, blasted to the front, and also one that has a huge top 3 record this year, much like Tell It, Russ, Tell It. Ashley's Best, 13 out of 15 in the top 3, and certainly dominant last time out, and comes in with 5 consecutive top 3 finishes. Ashley's Best and Jay Harris for Francis Gimet. Likely to chase Tell It, Russ, Tell It. Might try to blast to the front. We'll see what the plan is, but really raced well last race, 5 to 1. Number 5, Silver Beast. Claim is in. One that won 14 times last year. In fact, was really good last year. At one point, was climbing up the ladder and took a mark of 151 and 3 at Georgian Downs. Silver Beast is a veteran with back class who's been racing well. Claim in. Travis Henry for Tess Waxman. Silver Beast is 5 to 1. And number 8, I'd imagine, well, despite the tough post position, I imagine this one getting into the dash somewhere along the way, because comes in with 4 consecutive top 3 finishes, 5 out of the last 6 starts. I'd imagine set up a Jared Mann, who's got a 407 training average. You get Sammy Filia. I'd imagine at 13 to 1. I believe is going to find a way to get onto the ticket. But number 1, Tell It, Russ, Tell It, the 4 to 5 betting favorite. Gate is rolling for race number 10. Tell It, Russ, Tell It. And Flying Art on the inside with Midnight Mood. In the center, Smokestack, Silver Beast, and on the outside, Ashley's Best, Vogue Blue Chip, and I'd imagine the second tier, Full Credit. It's a field of 9 for the 10th and final race. Here they come. And the field for the 10th race is at the start of the rough. Silver Beast and Ashley's Best will drive out hard with Tell It, Russ, Tell It, and Flying Art on the inside. Those are your first four. Full Credit is Racing Fib. Then Midnight Moon and Smokestack. And then it is back to Vogue Blue Chip and I'd Imagine. And they race their way on into the backstretch. And Silver Beast broke stride. And also Tell It, Russ, Tell It went off stride. So it's Ashley's Best, who's best right now by 2 1/4 over Full Credit. Racing third is Flying Art, and then fourth is Midnight Mood. Smokestack fifth, and sixth is Vogue Blue Chip. In front of I'd Imagine. Then it is back further to Silver Beast, and Tell It, Russ, Tell It is going to be the trailer they race on around the turn. 28 2 the opening quarter. Ashley's Best at 6 1's got the lead. Ashley's Best, Full Credit, Flying Art, and Midnight Mood. They race on up towards us. Ashley's Best right now by a length and a half over Full Credit. And then third, that is Flying Art, and racing fourth is Midnight Moon. Now popping to the outside, Smokestack in front of Vogue Blue Chip. And then it is back to I'd Imagine, Tell It, Russ, Tell It, and Silver Beast. Halftime 58-1. Ashley's Best at 6-1. Leading long shot Full Credit is 30-1 on the board and is right there in the pocket. And then Flying Art 35-1 is racing third. Now Smokestack is moving on the outside. And I'd Imagine has come on to take over fifth. And sixth is Midnight Mood. Then Tell It, Russ, Tell It has two beaten, and they're Vogue Blue Chip. And trailing the field Silver Beast. Ashley's Best by 3/4, 126-4. A 28-3 third panel. Ashley's Best is game, and Full Credit is racing position second. Then Flying Art and Smokestack, and out wide charging late is I'd Imagine. On down the stretch route they come. Ashley's Best is still strong. Ashley's Best in Full Credit. Ashley's Best as they come to the finish will win. Full Credit second. Flying Art was third. Then Smokestack and I'd Imagine. 156-1. The 10th race payout, 6 Ashley's Best, 1460, 1170, and 560. 9 full credit, 30, 60, and $12. And 2 Flying Art, 1080. 20-cent pick 5 is 1365.80. $2 exactor, 250, 690. Dollar try, 443.20. Super high 5, 20-cent ticket, 5729.72. Note the $2 double returns 265.70. 20-cent pick 3, 66.16. 20-cent pick 4, 328.87. The 10th race, claim 5 Silver Beast, the new trainer, Joe Pereira. 10th race, order finish from the top, 736, 491, 852. That's 736, 491, 852 on the bottom. That concludes the program for this Thursday evening. Action resumes Saturday, first dash, 6:25 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.